I'll leave it with it.
I'm trying to figure out where you learned to count.
Glen Hills.
No,
Not under your two.
Glen Hills.
Georgia Tech.
Been to Georgia Tech. He
Be
forgot
careful,
it.
I'm a Tech fan.
that's what they said.
That explains so much, Catherine.
I'm a Tech fan. Glad to know somebody's on board with Tech.
All right.
Well, you
Organizer,
are we live?
turn
Are we
the
live?
graph.
We live because I've got a semi-dirty joke. Are we live?
We are.
I guess we are.
Good morning.
Morning, turn
Good
graph.
morning, Counselor.
Mayor, Commissioners will request a motion to go into executive session for the discussion of real estate, litigation, and personnel.
So move. Second.
Voted.
I'm gonna go with Commissioner Dennis Williams and Ben Hassan. We had several. Okay, Mr. Clark,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Cranham,
He's
Mr.
playing with
Garrett,
Mickey Mouse. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis, I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. McKnight,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Scott,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias, Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries with Mr. Cranham and Mr. Sias out.
Okay, everybody, we're going to transition into closed session at this time.
Okay.
Can you come in?
Some of y'all probably need to look over your, to see what your committee assignments are, because I know I forgot.
You made them all. How did you forget?
That looks
that was-
good, Brandon, on that bridge. Looks good. back
All right,
there.
everybody, we are back. We're back on the floor. Chair recognizes Attorney Brown.
Mayor, Commissioners, will request a motion to execute the closed meeting affidavit.
So move.
Second.
Was that Mr. Garrett, Mr. Science and Mr. Garrett?
No, Clark, wasn't it? That was Ms. Garrett? My
I don't
bad.
know. I'm asking.
One of us.
Yeah, I thought I heard him too. Okay, we'll go with Mr. Garrett. Yes.
Before he jump in the river there.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Mr. Franum, Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Son,
Yes, ma'am.
Four dots,
Mr. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
that
Ms.
motion.
McKnight,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Scott,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Science,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries with Mr. Franum out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right. Just hold. Attorney Brown.
Yes, sir. We'll request a motion to approve the hiring of Mr. Mitchell K. O'Neill and Ms. Tivia D. Brown, each as AED Project Engineering - Program Delivery in the Augusta Engineering Department, each at an annual salary of $80,000, along with the customary benefits provided Augusta employees with an effective start date of March 20th, 2021.
So
So
moved.
move.
Second.
Voting.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Franum, Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Son,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. McKnight,
Yes, ma'am.
Scott,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Science,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams. He's out. That motion carries with Mr. Franum and Mr. Dennis Williams out.
I was muted.
What?
Oh, boy.
I'm back.
Attorney Brown, you recognize for a motion.
Thank you, sir. We request a motion to approve the hiring of Mr. M. Magab of Augusta Engineering as an AED Principal Engineer in Infrastructure in the Augusta Engineering Department at an annual salary of $92,500 and the customary benefits provided Augusta employees with an effective start date of March 20th, 2021.
So moved.
Second.
Voting.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Mr. Franum, Mr. Garrett, he's
Yes.
out. Yes, okay. Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. McKnight,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Scott,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. That motion carries with Mr. Franum out.
Chair recognizes Attorney Brown for the reading of the motion.
Request a motion to approve the hiring of Wes Bine as Director of Augusta Utilities Department at an annual salary of $140,000, a car allowance of $500 per month, and the customary benefits provided Augusta employees with a commencement and effective date of March 8th, 2021.
So moved.
Second.
Voting.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Mr. Franum, Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Sun,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. McKnight,
No, ma'am.
Ms. Scott,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries with Ms. McKnight voting no, Mr. Franum out.
Chair recognizes Attorney Brown for the reading of the motion.
Mr. Mayor, if we may, the administrator will read the motion regarding the vacation pay.
All right.
All righty. So the motion regarding vacation pay would be a motion to rescind in total the action taken by the commission on December 8th, 2020 relative to extending the relaxation of vacation accrual limits, and two, hereby approve the following policy regarding vacation accrual, namely all accumulated vacation hours over 273 for regular employees and 335 for SES employees will be moved to a separate pool of leave titled COVID-19 Vacation Earned Leave Pool. The effect of this action will provide a 15-hour cushion before the employee is once again at the cap. COVID-19 Vacation Earned Leave Pool has no expiration date and is separate from regular vacation hours earned and shall be subject to the rules and processes enacted or approved by the commission from time to time. The caps applicable to accrual of regular vacation leave will return to the levels which existed prior to the relaxation due to the COVID-19 pandemic, specifically 288 for all regular employees and 350 for all SES employees. The effective date of this policy will be March 6, 2021. And Madam Clerk, we will forward for the record.
Thank you.
All right. Do I have a
So-
motion?
So move.
Second.
Voting.
Mr. Clark,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Franum, Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Sun,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. McKnight,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Scott,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries with Mr. Franum out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Chair recognizes Attorney Brown.
There are no further motions to my understanding, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. I agree with you 100%. Madam Clerk, I think this,
No, sir. We have the addendum item.
the addendum item.
Yes, sir. I just sent it back. I just resent that to you. It's a
Okay.
request from the administrator to accept the U.S. Treasury Emergency Rental Assistance Funding in the amount of $6,095,961.30. Emergency rental assistance funds have been received. Best practices require immediate approval of emergency use of funds to ensure public distribution by publicly stated deadlines.
So moved.
Mr. Mayor. Mayor,
Everybody just hold tight. Just hold tight. All right, Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 4th.
do we need to add that to the agenda and then approve it, or can we?
Yes, sir.
Well, we need to add it to the agenda. That's what needs to happen first. All right, so is there an objection to adding it to the agenda? Without objection. All right, item has been added to the agenda.
Mayor, may I
Yes, ma'am.
recommend the motion?
All right, hold on a minute. All right, Chair recognizes the Commissioner from the 6th.
No, sir, I'm fine, Mr. Mayor. That was administrative.
Everybody just suspend for a moment.
It's added, let's vote.
I'm thankful we are for HCD administrator.
All right. So we've added it to the agenda, and I do want to take an opportunity. We discussed this last week at our meeting, and we received it as information, waiting to get confirmation that these dollars would be provided to the city of Augusta. And I want to thank our team, our administrator, HCD, for working very closely with us in the mayor's office to expedite getting those dollars here to the city of Augusta. When you think about the number of people who are concerned about whether they're going to be able to pay their mortgage, their rent, people who are still waiting on unemployment to show up in their homes, these dollars, $6 million, couldn't come at a better time in Augusta, Richmond County. And again, kudos to everybody. And with that, I'm hoping that the Commissioner from the 4th would make a resounding motion to accept these with a proper second to get these dollars out of the door as quickly as possible so we can continue to help Augustans.
So moved.
A resounding don't need a second, do it?
For the record, we do.
Second,
I got it, Mr. Son. Mr. Son, were you doing that or Mr.
No,
Clark?
ma'am, Ms. Scott got it.
All right.
Mr. Scott got it.
Miss Scott.
Ooh.
Mr. Clark?
No, you see me prancing my hand out, you're holding myself.
Absolutely, yes.
The record is corrected, Ms. Scott. Mr. Frenham? Mr. Garrett?
Brandon?
Yes.
Mr. Hassan?
Yes,
He was
ma'am.
asleep over there.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. McKnight?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Scott?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias?
I'm tempted. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries with Mr. Frenham out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I want to take a moment and I want to recognize our administrator to, again, read into the record some additional information, but we work very quickly to help make this happen. Administrator Don.
Yes, sir. So there are just some specific actions that will be taking place that I think is important for the commission to know, so there are just no surprises as required by the grant. But I think first, I would want to highlight that we likely would not have been able to get these funds, and especially as quickly as we got them. Actually, we didn't even receive a notice of award. They just forwarded us the funds in our account, and we wouldn't have been able to do that without the mayor's office, and really specifically your role in sitting on the U.S. Conference of Mayors and providing support to the Treasury Department. So we're definitely thankful for that support from the mayor's office. It was a big deal for us and will end up being a big deal for Augusta citizens. And so to make sure that the commission is clear on kind of what we're required to do. These funds expire on December 31st and they will not be renewed. So we have to get these funds out of the door quickly. We've met and received technical assistance. And so the first thing we have to do, which the commission did, is accept those funds for the treasury. Second, we have to allow HCD to create an emergency rental assistance program, which we will do next now that you've authorized us, but that doesn't have to come back to the commission. The next thing is, in our proposal, HCD will recruit and attain 2 contracted staff persons that provide program implementation. As you guys know, but the public doesn't know, there's $600,000 in there that is admin money that they're giving to cities of our size to make sure we get those funds out the door quickly. So with this approval, they'll move forward and work with finance on that. And then the final thing is now that you have accepted the funds, finance will put it in HCD's budget to make sure that they're able to move forward with those other requirements. And so just wanted to read those in the record. Of course, it's in your packet and in the proposal and all of that good stuff, but it has to be read into the record. So thank you for that opportunity, Mayor, and thank you all for your leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Donald. I appreciate that. Commissioner from the first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a question. I think I misheard the administrator. You misheard Donald. You said when HCD comes back and creates the program, that program does have to come before the commission for approval?
No, sir. So we already included all of that information. You just authorized them to do it. So again, all of that stuff in your packet remains the same, but by authorizing it, you allow them to basically create another program specific to this funding source. Remember, HUD has a similar program, so you have to differentiate the two. I think we got like 2.1 million from HUD that you approved through those HUD CARES funds. This is the U.S. Treasury, for which the mayor and his team helped us kind of get some additional funds to augment that. So they're separate and they just have to delineate. Yeah. So that won't come back for you. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you again. Team effort. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate us getting through today. And with that, Madam Clerk, we're going to turn it over to committee chairman. This special call meeting is adjourned. Committee meetings will now take place.
We're at Commissioner Franum. Is he here? And Mr. Johnson, I guess you would preside in his stead.
Commissioner Franum is out for the duration. Just for the record, he's out for the duration. Will not be back until next week. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Commissioner Johnson.
Yes.
The committee members, Mr. Jordan, Vice Chair, Mr. Clark, and Mr. Sias.
Proceed. So we go ahead and proceed?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes,
well,
sir.
we'll go ahead and call the Public Services Committee meeting to order. First item on the agenda, first and only item is to a motion to approve the minutes of the Public Service Committee held on March 10th, 2020.
So move.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Sias, second by Commissioner, was that Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
Clark, mhm.
All right. Voting.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
and Mr. Jordan.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
that motion carries with Mr. Franum out.
All righty, well, that concludes our Public Services Committee meeting. Meeting adjourned.
And he fast, he good.
I'm trying.
Good.
Good meeting, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman. Good meeting. Okay, and Mr. Sias. Our next meeting, Public Safety, Mr. John Clark, Chairman, Commissioner Dennis Williams, Vice Chair, Commissioner Bobby Williams, Brendan Garrett, members. Are all present?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
We're here.
Okay, thank you. Ready for you, Mr. Chairman, to call it to order. Mr. Clark, you're muted.
I'd like to call public safety to meeting to order, please. Like to have a motion to approve the minutes of the Public Safety Committee held on March 10th, 2020.
So move.
Second.
Second.
That's Mr. Garrett and Mr. Dennis Williams. Okay, vote. Are you ready to vote, sir?
Yes.
Chairman Clark,
Yes.
Vice Chair Dennis Williams,
Yes.
Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Brandon Garrett.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries unanimously.
Okay, Madam Clerk, I'd like to move down to number 4, motion to approve the purchase of 1 grant-funded mobile pet adoption van. I'd like to move number 4 to the complete commission without a consensus.
What?
You're asking that it be deferred
Yes,
commission meeting?
yes.
There are objections? You saying without object, you're asking for
Without
that to be
objection.
done without objections?
I'm good.
Okay,
Mr. Garrett, you're good? Mr. Dennis Williams?
Yeah.
Okay. Next commission meeting on the 16th.
thank you. I'd like to take number 2, please.
Item 2 is to receive an update from staff regarding the system failures in the Animal Services Department regarding the incident Reverend Marion Williams presented to the commission on February 2nd, 2021. This item was referred from the commission February 2nd meeting.
Yes, ma'am. Is Mr. Hill in chambers?
Commissioner, I believe he's in the waiting room. And he prepared a kind of presentation of the actions related to the issue brought forward by Commissioner Marion Williams. But I also think which was a dog bite protocol. I'm sorry, the system failure for the dog traps. But I think you also had some questions from that commission meeting around dog bite protocols, as well as the stray dog protocols and nuisance barking. And so the item number 3 covers all of those, as well as the mobile adoption van that you moved onto the agenda for February 16th. And
Okay.
he's in the waiting room now.
Okay, I bring him in so he can give us an update and answer some questions, please.
Mr. Chairman, an additional FYI, Mr. Williams is also in the public space in the chamber. So if we
Yes,
can.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'd like to have Mr. Williams join us, please.
I will ask Mr. Lewis to also.
Yes,
Okay.
James Hill is in the meeting now, and I've let the public in too, in case anybody's in the public area.
Okay.
Okay.
Williams.
All right. I'd like to ask a question, Mr. Chairman. Who is Mr. Williams?
Mr. Marion Williams.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All right.
Ms. Bonner, I don't see anyone in the chamber.
He was there. Is Ms. McFarley there?
I don't see her. Oh, there she is.
Okay. Is Mr. Williams there, Ms. McFarley?
No, ma'am. He said that he would try to make it.
Okay.
He didn't give me a definitive answer.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move to Mr. Hill, please.
Can everyone hear me? Can everyone hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Hill, hear you.
Good afternoon, Commission. I feel like, based on the circumstances of what has occurred and the request of the commission, I felt it would be a good idea to do a overview of the Department of Animal Services. And with that overview, kind of give you some insight into some of the common type of calls that Augusta Animal Services responds to, if you don't mind. So first, I'll start off with the mission statement. The mission of Augusta Animal Services is to enforce state laws and local ordinances pertaining to the care and control of animals, protection of life and property, and to raise public awareness of responsible pet ownership. Additionally, Augusta Animal Services strives to provide humane solutions for stray and homeless pets within the community through its return to owner, adoption, rescue, and foster efforts. So those are the things that we try to do on a daily basis consistently. That's going to be aligned with our mission. And just to give you some background on our facility, it's located at 4164 Mack Lane, which is the south side of Augusta. And it services 329 square miles and over 200,000 residents of Richmond County. It's a 365-day operation. Rain, sleet, or snow, the animals have to be fed. So we have staff here that's, Christmas, Thanksgiving, no matter what holiday, there's staff that's going to be here ready to work. And also, we also have an officer that's on standby for emergency calls, no matter what, depending on the holiday or whatever it is, we always have someone on standby. So it's a 365-day operation. When we're at full capacity, that's 26 personnel. That includes 10 field operations and 16 on the kennel and administrative side. Currently, we're staffed at only 18 total personnel. That's including 4 ACOs. And just to give you a little insight on the amount of work and the type of work that my staff does accomplish, just in the month of January, just with those 4 ACO staff, they've investigated and completed 455 complaints, and they've picked up 105 live animals. That's not including the ones that they have to go out and pick up on a daily basis that are deceased. I'm sorry? I thought I heard something, okay. Our facility is equipped with 128 kennel runs and 143 cages. So that's how we're able to impound and hold, various types of animals, dogs, cats. That's generally what we hold. Our fleet now currently includes 9 animal compartment trucks, 2 pickup trucks, 1 van, and 1 landfill truck. And so for these next few slides, I'm going to kind of give you some insight into the protocols of how we respond to different types, our most common types of complaints. And the first one is dog bite protocols. Whenever Animal Services staff receives a dog bite complaint, if it's an unknown owner, Animal Services, of course, they go out, they investigate, they attempt to locate and impound the animal. Sometimes they're unable to do so. A dog trap is set for at least a 10-day quarantine period to see if the dog can be located. The officer checks the trap daily for the remaining days of the quarantine period or until the dog is trapped. And they also patrol during that 10-day quarantine period as well, in hopes of finding the dog that actually did the bite. And that pertains to cats as well. So for a dog bite, if we have a known owner, typically what we're going to do is we're going to go out, we're going to investigate the incident, which may result in citations being issued to the owner to appear in court. If the officer determines that the dog needs to be removed for public safety, we'll attempt to do so. However, that can only be accomplished if the owner is willing to let us do that. Sometimes they're not cooperative. And if they're not cooperative, then we have to use the courts by means of issuing a citation to go to court and have the judge order it. So that way we can remove the animal for public safety. So stray dogs, that's our most common type of calls that we get on a daily basis for stray dogs. Officers are going to respond to all calls pertaining to stray dogs. If the dog can be located, attempt is going to be made to impound that dog. If the dog can't be located or impounded, then we provide options to the citizens such as the dog trap. We'll do periodic patrols also. If a dog poses a heightened risk to public safety, then sometimes we may have to use a tranquilizing gun if the ideal conditions exist. Generally, we don't like to tranquilize an animal in a crowded area, highly populated area for the risk of public safety as well. Nuisance barking. That's one of our most difficult to try to explain to the public, especially to the citizen that is experiencing what they consider to be a nuisance barking issue. Animal Services will investigate the complaint. They're going to follow their guidelines. And the guidelines are coming straight from the ordinance section 4-1-13 for nuisance animals. A nuisance can only exist if the barking can be heard beyond the owner's property, for one, and it has to last ongoing in excess of 20 minutes between the hours of 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. In excess of 10 minutes between the hours of 9:01 p.m. and 6:59 a.m. or in excess of 120 minutes in any duration of time, no matter what time of day it is, within a 24-hour period. Whenever we go out and we do establish that there is a nuisance issue with barking, a warning must be issued first. That's outlined by the ordinance. We have to issue a warning first. The officer can witness the nuisance barking, or the complainant has to provide credible and admissible evidence, such as time and date stamp video recording, or either complaints from other multiple neighbors willing to go in court. So a lot of times when we get complaints about barking, what we typically try to do is, first thing we try to do is see if there's other neighbors that are complaining. Because if it's just one neighbor, it's harder to prove a case in court. But if you have two, it makes it much easier to prove a case in court, to also coincide with the recording of the barking. The recent incident with the dog trap, the unfortunate situation that occurred several weeks ago. With standard protocol, whenever we set traps for a citizen, if it's just a regular dog trap or cat trap, the citizen they sign a form stating that they're responsible to check the trap. Due to the volume of calls that officers go on a daily basis, it's not enough time for them to go back and check each trap daily on just a regular, general dog trap or cat trap concern. However, if a trap is set due to an animal bite, it places that responsibility on staff. So staff is supposed to be the ones that go out and check that daily, as I mentioned earlier, for the entire 10-day quarantine period. So with the recent incident, the system failure on our part was not checking that trap from when that trap was set until we actually got a call to go out there and pick it up, which was from that Thursday to that Sunday. That period between that Thursday and that Sunday, we should have went out there each day, either patrolling for that animal or checking for that trap. And that was not done. So in-house, what we've done now is we've increased our review of traps and at the executive level, which means I get involved anytime that there's a dog trap or cat trap set for a quarantine situation for a dog bite. I get involved and I'm going to ensure there's separate levels for checking to make sure that we get that done, get that checked out on a daily basis. And just to kind of bring you all into some of the accomplishments that my staff have been able to accomplish in 2020, that I'm very proud of for my staff for what they're able to do. We had an intake of 3,937 live animals that were brought in, that were impounded one way or another into our shelter, and we were able to find homes for 2,433 of those. So that's great. I'm proud of what my staff has been able to do in that regard. My ACOs, my animal control officers, last year investigated and completed 6,243 complaints. My officers have been able to close out just last year, and you can give you an idea how great of a feat that is. Turnover is high in historically in this profession anyway. So it's rare that we have a full staff of ACO, on board. So whenever we're able to get those type of numbers, I'm very proud of my staff for being able to accomplish those numbers. We applied for and was awarded a grant for $142,742 for the purchase of a mobile adoption van from the Stanton Foundation. And I'm not sure. I try to look back and find, but I can't find anywhere where Augusta Animal Services has ever received a grant in that amount. to accomplish this type of thing. So I'm very proud of Augusta Animal Services for being able to, to secure that award. And I'm actually very thankful that the commission did approve, the acceptance of that grant. We partnered with Pet Stop Mobile Clinic to host a periodic low-cost one-stop pet vaccination event at the animal shelter. And basically what that is, we reached out to one of the local vendors that has the mobile pet meds and invited them to come to our facility. It was about maybe every 2 months. It kind of slowed down dramatically with the everything with COVID, but they would come in and they would offer low cost vaccinations, rabies vaccinations and annual vaccinations, booster vaccinations, things of that nature. And what that did was it was in response to, Augusta Animal Services used to host a rabies clinic on its own. But it was very expensive and, we were losing money with that. So I thought that it would be great to bring in another vendor that would be able to provide, vaccinations at a much lower cost than what a citizen would have to pay to go to a veterinarian. And it didn't cost us anything. The only thing we had to do was just provide the parking lot space out there, and the citizens would come out here and get it done. And it's a great partnership. And I think it was a win-win for everyone. And our last thing that I'm very, very proud of is hiring a full-time veterinarian. Having a full-time veterinarian on staff is brings so much intrinsic values, things that you can't even put a dollar amount on, of having to make decisions on whether something that comes in with a broken leg, whether it has to be euthanized or it can be something that our vet can do in-house to save that animal so that we can find it a home. Prior to that, those decisions were very hard because of the budget, having to determine whether we were going to put something down for something like that, or we would have to take it to an external veterinary clinic to pay for that. So having that full-time veterinarian on staff with us is great in that regard. As far as the mobile adoption van, just to give you, I know we moved that to the next meeting. I don't know if you all want me to go into this one or not, but I can. I think what I do need to point out.
I would like to hear it.
Okay. I think the things that I need to point out, the goal for us once we get this mobile adoption van is to host at least one quarterly adoption event throughout Richmond County. And these events, what I plan to do is coordinate them to have them occur at various county-owned community centers throughout the county. And the reason of doing this in hopes of accomplishing these three things here is going to allow easier access to pet adoptions to those in underserved communities within the county. 2 is going to increase animal services visibility in the public. And 3, the goal is to facilitate a positive image within the communities where it may not already exist. As you all may know, because you read the media, and not just in locally, but all over. Sometimes it's the public has a bad perception of what animal control is and what animal control does. So being able to have that presence more in the community, with the animal adoption van, as opposed to always seeing us with the animal control truck, goes a long way in trying to change that perception and shift, that the thoughts of the negative connotation that comes along with animal control.
Okay, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Muted.
No, I'm not. He may.
No.
Mr. Chairman, he may. Well.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I'll just go ahead and ask. I was going to ask you if I could ask him a question.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Hill, does that $142,000 pay for the entire van, or is there a matching fund for it?
No, that's no matching funds. That pays for the entire van.
Okay.
Chairman, I have a question about this also.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner.
Mr. Hill, with this grant, does this also come with any sort of operational expenses, or will the city of Augusta be responsible for operating the van?
My understanding, the city of Augusta would be responsible for operating the van as far as maintenance.
And that includes employees as well.
I'm sorry, what do you mean, the employees?
I guess when the employees go out for these adoption events, so we'll have to fund or add additional funding to your department for that.
Well, no, I mean that they'll be going out, they'll be paid just like they normally would. It's our regular staff that we have.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, does anyone else have any questions at this time?
I actually do, but it's in regards to some of the stuff earlier in his presentation.
Okay, well, let's proceed this way then, if you don't mind. Mr. Hill?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask some questions regarding different things. And now this is not an interrogation. This is just information to get some answers as to why and why not.
Okay.
Number one, I realize everything is not perfect and there are fallible points, but I can understand maybe overlooking a trap and not going back when a vicious bite has occurred. I can't accept the fact that a dog stayed in that cage for 3 days unattended and nothing was done and nobody ever went back for it, anything else. And you say that, you go back in a 24-hour period or check traps. Well, how's an animal supposed to eat or drink inside of the traps being just left alone for 24, 48, 72 hours? To me, that's quite unacceptable.
Well, Commissioner Clark, to answer your question, whenever we set a trap, it's standard protocol with any department that we put food and water in it.
Okay.
Yeah, we do that. Now, of course, that's not going to last for 3 days, but for 24-hour period, it definitely will.
Okay. Now, with this lady, I understand that you went out and y'all did locate the dog at an owner's house. Y'all finally located the correct dog. Is that not true?
That's correct.
Okay. Why was any citation given to the owner?
It was, but I don't know how proper it would be to discuss too much of the details. That's an ongoing case.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
Yes, sir, we did.
Okay, now, how many pets were intaken in 2020?
How many pets total in 2020?
Yes, and the reason why I asked this, Mr. Hill, is, you and I have discussed this one other time, that we're not furnished with any information coming out of the animal services. Maybe some people get it, maybe some members of the committee get it, others don't.
Mm-hmm.
So I would just like to know how many animals were intaken in the year 2020.
Well, I can provide that for you. Let's see here. And I will tell you on a monthly basis, I do provide this information to the chair of the advisory board. But to answer your question, there's a total of 3,944 animals that were taken in last year.
Okay, now in 2020, how many animals of those 3,944 were euthanized?
Let's see here. They had a euthanasia last year of 1,518.
1,518?
Yes, sir. And I will tell you, not to cut you off, but euthanasia is something that we don't take lightly. We rarely euthanize because of space. Most of the time that we have to euthanize is because it's behavior issues, or it may be medical reasons that we have to. And sometimes it may be a situation where owner surrenders the animal to be euthanized because of medical reasons. And also, if there's a court order, if the judge says, look, this animal has to be euthanized, then we have to euthanize it.
Okay, I understand.
Okay.
Now, one thing that you and I brought up, or I asked you about, is you said that there have been no committee meetings. Because
no, I did not say that.
Well, you said no Zoom meetings. How does the committees meet if you're not meeting in person and you're not Zooming the meetings, how do they meet?
Well, I don't recall speaking with you about that, but ever since COVID-19, that was a decision that's not on my part. I'm not over the advisory board. That was a decision that the chair of the advisory board, I assume, discussed with the members of the advisory board. I guess it was logistics as far as whether they want to do Zoom or in-person meetings.
Okay, the reason why I'm asking that is that that advisory board falls under public services.
Okay.
And to my knowledge, and on public services, to my knowledge, no one reached out with the numbers or anything from the committee meetings.
Well, I can guarantee you. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm just asking why not. I'm just asking the question, why not?
Well, I can tell you consistently on a monthly basis, I submit our information to the advisory board.
Okay, who's chairman of that advisory board now?
I believe it's Miss Mary Jones.
Okay, I don't have any other questions. I appreciate you coming and answering these questions. Does anybody else have any questions?
Chairman Clark, I do.
Okay, go ahead, proceed, Chairman.
Yes, sir. Mr. Hill, this is going back to the cages, and how many cages are typically deployed on a given day?
I mean, that could vary. That's a hard one to answer, Commissioner Garrett. I probably would, I don't want to tell you any bad information, but at least half of those on any given day.
And what is half?
Half of, let's see.
No, I didn't hear your number. I'm sorry.
No, okay. It's going to be half of our total amount that we have. Half of 128, whatever.
Okay.
Half of, yeah.
So
That's just
64.
64.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just curious, and how many, is it just the animal control officers that go around and check those? I'm not really sure how your operation works.
The check those, you mean traps you're referring to?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And how many animal control officers do we currently have?
Right now we have 4. We just finished interviewing and we plan on hiring 3 here beginning of next month.
Okay. Well, that's good news. All right. That's all the questions that I have, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Miss Bonner, is Reverend Williams in the audience now?
She's on mute.
No, sir. Not to my knowledge, he has not arrived in the public space.
Okay, I just wanted to give him a chance to speak if he wished to. That concludes public safety.
Commissioner, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman, it just occurred to my mind, I think in March of last year, when you're talking about those board meetings like that, maybe some may be meeting back again, but I think we took a vote at the time of the COVID came on for those boards to discontinue meeting. So that's probably why, and they probably hadn't started back up. But we took a vote on that. It just dawned on me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you for that information. At this time, that will conclude public safety meeting.
Mr.
Yes,
Chairman,
ma'am.
if I may, item number 2,
Yes.
you're going to receive that as information. Just for
Yes,
the
ma'am.
record.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Receive as
Without
information.
objection. Okay. And number 3, I get their companion items, so that would be receiving as information as well, right? Without objection.
Right. Without
And we're going to
objection,
refer,
correct.
how about item number 4 is still being referred to the commission with no recommendation?
Yes, ma'am.
Without objection, right? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And that will conclude public safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Hill.
Ms. Barnes, Administrative Services next.
Yes, sir, you're up. You're on deck.
Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions?
No, sir.
All righty. To my colleagues, I'd like to create a consent agenda. And just to my colleagues, I don't mean just the committee members, but any one of my other colleagues who are not on the committee that may have a question about one of these items, I'm about to consent. I'm about to try to create a consent from agenda item 1, agenda item 3, agenda item number 4, agenda item number 5, and agenda item number 6. Is a motion to consent those items?
So move.
That was,
Second.
Bobby,
who was that?
Bobby
Bobby
Williams.
Okay. And second was,
Myself.
okay. And that was for the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ms. Scott,
Yes.
I'm sorry. Mr. Sun,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Frenham, he's out for the
He's
second.
out. He's
Okay,
out.
that motion carries with Mr. Frenham out for a consent agenda listing items 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Mr. Administrator, do you know if anyone is here just to give a brief overview on item number 2 about the transition plan update? Just to give us an idea of what it is exactly for some of our new commissions in particular who here get an idea of what that is. We don't have to go through the whole thing.
Yes, sir. So we have all of the directors in the waiting room to be brought in. Mr. McDonald, whose item is that? That's Douse, right? Oh, got it. So
Item number 2.
That's right. That's actually the compliance item, not Ms. Douse. And so I'm not sure if Ms. Johnson is in the waiting room. Since she's not under my purview, I did not request that of her. If you want
Okay, well,
to your other items, we can ask though.
No, I know that's the final item. I'll pass it on without, and we just discussed it at the commission meeting if my colleagues doesn't mind. It's about transition plan update. So we just fixing it for a commission letter recommendation.
Yes, sir. And we'll
All
make
right.
sure the director is there for that meeting.
All right, sir.
Actually, she's in the waiting room. If you would like, I just got notice that she is in the waiting room. If you wanna go ahead and talk about it now.
We go ahead. That'll save us on next week, I would hope.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So Mr. Lewis, you would have to let the appropriate person in.
She's in now.
Okay.
Ms. Johnson, how you do, ma'am?
You're muted, Ms. Johnson.
You're muted. We go ahead. Yes, ma'am. Just wanted to give us an overview exactly what this ADA transition plan of.
The appropriate person in.
Yes, I am here, and I also.
You'll need to turn off the other YouTubes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Ms. Johnson, how you do, ma'am?
I'm fine. Okay, and I also have my ADA coordinator who is responsible for putting this ADA transition plan together. I think it came before commission on committee towards the end of 2020. That was not the completed plan. It went out for public view. It is now back and completed. And we're putting it back on the agenda for you all, for the commission to approve it. And if you have any questions, I have Ms. Carol Burbridge, which is the ADA coordinator for the compliance department. I have her on also.
Okay, I'd like to I have a question for her, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Ms. Carol, how you do, ma'am? Can you hear me?
Carol, can you unmute yourself?
Yeah, I was turning off my YouTube.
Okay.
How you do, ma'am?
I realize there's feedback if you do that, right?
Okay. Well, just give us an overview exactly what is the ADA transition plan update.
Okay. when, as a local government, there are two prongs. One is just as a local government, we have requirements under the Americans with Disability Act to make our services, programs, facilities, communications, top to bottom, everything we do, transportation, accessible. It is an ongoing project, all right? So we are required also under Section 504 as a recipient of federal funds to kind of do the same thing, all right? They overlap, two different laws. So under the ADA and under 504, we have to evaluate where we're not quite meeting those requirements. So we have to do a self-evaluation, and then we have to have a transition plan that basically shows how we're gonna remedy those deficiencies over time, all right? Cranston Engineering did the sidewalks, the bus stops, right? But they didn't do the bigger thing. So this is the transition plan update. It's a living document. Now in 2019, when Phyllis was director previously, we got a letter, or the mayor got a letter from GDOT saying that starting in 2019, rather than this just being a live document in a file, whatever, here in Augusta, Georgia, that we had to submit it to GDOT every year. So I submitted the Cranston one to GDOT in 2019 and then started on this one. And so this is the 2020 that needs to be adopted, and then it will be sent off in fulfillment of that requirement to GDOT. It's my understanding that the federal government has tasked GDOT with getting these local ADA transition plans. So it's FHWA and GDOT is a small part of it, but they've pretty much been tasked with these. So that's what this is. This is the 2020 plan. So there's a basically documenting what we're doing right, what we still need to do, some of the budgets and funding that we have already planned, some of the policies and procedures that we've already changed, and what we plan to change. So that's what this is.
Okay, well, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate if y'all can keep us abreast on that a little bit more aggressively, meaning that from time to time, I think probably all of us may receive calls saying that, these sidewalks out here ain't curb cut appropriately and things of that matter. I know it's a mountain in terms of trying to find the resources to do all of that body of work, but we just like to know to keep up with the progress that's being made in that regard. So when we get those phone calls, we realize we're making some inroads and trying to stay as close as we possibly can to the ADA. Do any of my colleagues have any questions, anything for Ms. Johnson or Ms. Carroll?
No, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, are you going to entertain a motion?
I am.
Regarding
Motion to approve.
Second.
That's Mr. Bobby Williams and Mr. Ben Hassan.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That would be Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Scott,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that motion carries with Mr. Franum out. I believe that concludes your agenda, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, Ms. Bonner. That concludes our committee cycle.
That was quick.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Good job.
Are all the members of engineering here?
That Mr. Garrett, Mr. Sun, Mr. Johnson, and Ms. McKnight.
I am here, yes.
I am here.
All right. Are there any additions to this agenda?
Yes, sir. There's one request for an addendum. I believe you have your addendum agenda. It's to approve adjusting the daily landfill operations schedule as recommended by the engineering director. And I believe attached is the recommended schedule. Do
Are there
you
any
all have
objections?
that?
Yes, we have it. Are there any objections to adding this? All right, hearing none, we'll add that. And I guess we can start with that item if that's okay with the committee. So
Okay.
this is an item that was brought forth earlier in a discussion with engineering and about the landfill. The discussion was focused on how to make the landfill operations a little better. Currently, there are 2 shifts that work. They show up, I think, within about 2 or 3 hours of each other. So there's a lot of overlap during the day of the shift work. And what this plan does is separate those shifts a little bit more and also gives ample time at the end of the day for dirt to be able to cover the open cells, which is required by the EPA. And so I think this would help us, maintain our compliance as well as make the landfill operate much more smoothly. So I'll entertain a motion to accept the new time change as presented.
Second.
Well, we need a motion.
So moved. So
Oh, I'm
moved.
sorry. I thought you made it. I'm sorry. My bad. Trying to read.
Chairman can't make the motion, but.
I'm sorry, Ms. Bond. I'm trying to read from that phone over here on supplement.
Motion.
Okay, will you second it?
Yes, ma'am.
That's Mr. Johnson and Mr. Hassan. Okay. All right. Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
and Ms. McKnight.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. And now I'll entertain any motion if anybody wants to add any to consent. All righty, hearing none, we'll go top to bottom. The first one is approve. Oh, go ahead, Ms. Bonner.
Okay. Item number 1 is to approve a supplement construction contract with ER Snell Contractor, Inc. in the amount of $87,978.36 for completing supplemental traffic operations needed on the 15th Street pedestrian improvement project.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second.
Johnson. Okay. Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Son,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Jordan Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
and Ms. McKnight.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries unanimously. Next item, item number 2 is a motion to approve a supplemental construction to Superior Construction Company in the amount of $550,000 for the TIA project, 5th Street Bridge over Savannah River repair.
Motion to
Do we have
approve.
actually, I have a
Second.
question on this before we go any farther.
Okay.
Do we have the engineering director in that could speak towards this?
Coming in now.
Thank you. Dr. Malik, can you hear me?
Ready for you.
Yes. Yeah.
We're on item number 2. I have a question. And is the funding for this coming out of TIA? Am I correct in that?
No, that's the, we supplemented through the LMAC funding for the road work we're doing because the TIA funding already, been exhausted or allocated. There was not enough fund to do since, we're adding a lot of other features. So this is primarily adding the road work, the actual, it was included in the actual bid, but we did not release this work. We waited till the end and identify the fundings. We just adding back to the contract to get that done.
Understood. Okay, thanks, sir. I'm ready to vote.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. McKnight.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that motion was made by Commissioner Hassan, seconded by Ms. McKnight, and the motion carries unanimously. Item number three, sir. Okay, motion to approve supplemental funding for engineering phase design consultant service agreement, Hussey Gay Bell, in the amount of $198,700 for the Broad Street Improvement Project.
Do we have any questions on this?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. Are you voting, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. McKnight.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that motion carries unanimously. Item number 4, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
A motion to approve revised upfront construction costs of $150,000 on the installation of 16 streetlights along DeAntoinette Street between Walton Way, R.A. Denton Boulevard, with an annual cost of $8,570.88.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Voting.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. McKnight.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries unanimously. Item number 5, the motion to approve and authorize the Augusta Engineering Department to accept and receive an REBC grant from Georgia Department of Transportation for 13th Street enhancement and beautification in conjunction with the TIA-funded project on 13th Street improvement project. Okay.
Motion to approve.
Can we get Director Malik to speak towards this? What is this grant going to go towards exactly?
Yeah, so this opportunity just pop up, and we already have 13th Street TIA funded projects, and there is a landscaping part of that project. So this opportunity came up for funding, and so any money I can get is good. So we applied for 50,000, and we got 32,800. So it's going to be part of the landscape part of the 13th Street project. So I believe it's more or less close to Telfair on Green Street, that section of the road. But it's so that will give me additional $32,000 put into that project.
Okay.
There is no matching fund for that. Yeah.
Excellent. All right. Thank you.
Dr. Malik, I have a question. Is there already a drawn up plan for what this will look like?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we are in 60%.
I'm looking at my binder, but I'm not sure if this is what that analysis will be.
I didn't get the question.
I said, I'm looking in the binder now, and I'm looking at the analysis of the site. Are the pictures that have been provided in this binder sort of like, are these just existing images of this of this space, or is this kind of like a roadmap as to what we want to do? Looks like it's just existing photos.
Yeah, I think there's some of the existing images, and then there should be one sketch of the plan or something like that. But Commissioner, I can get with you and kind of go over the whole this corridor. Actually, we're ready to send it out for the bid in another 2 to 3 months.
Dr. Malik.
Yes, Commissioner.
I'm looking at the pictures myself and the property that I'm seeing. So just kind of give those who might not know, who are listening today in this meeting, what all are the future plans for this on this property? What, when you say beautify, what are you, what's gonna be there? What exactly is going to go there?
Which property? Because you're kind of breaking off in my end.
You said you're working up, Ms. Catherine, he couldn't hear you.
Oh, I was just asking for those who are listening today, maybe out, listening online, what, I'm looking at the pictures here, but what exactly on this property, when you say beautify, I mean, what's gonna go on there? I mean, can you give me kind of an idea, and those who are listening, what will go there? I know where I know where it is. I'm just wondering what all is going to go there in the future.
In that agenda item, in the attachment, there's the estimate, and it gives some details, what the money gonna go to. It didn't specify the species, but basically some small tree, shrubbery, and the sod and mulch,
Okay, so, landscaping basically will be there.
That's what this
That's
grant
it.
is about, the landscaping at the state route. So that's another caveat. It cannot be on the local roads, it has to be state route. And 13th Street is,
All right,
that's our goal.
thank you.
I think, Dr. Malik, I think a lot of the questioning is around the question of what do you mean by beautify? A lot of people, that's kind of a broad term. So,
yeah. I mean, like we have ongoing enhancement at entryways. We can look at like 15th Street, for example. We just finishing up around the medical college. So it's gonna be on those lines.
okay. Well, that if it looks
Alexander
like that, then I think
Drive.
it's a great idea.
Yeah.
Maybe a little artwork. A little
All
art
right.
over there.
Well, I'll entertain a motion.
So move.
Second.
Voting. Ms. Bonner, are you there?
I was letting the train go by. Yes. Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sun,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. McKnight.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries unanimously.
All right. Next
Item
agenda
number-
item.
Now, item number 6 is an update on the status of the methane gas production at the landfill and the amount generated by this system from 2018, 2019, and 2020.
Do we have somebody that wants to speak towards this? Will this be Dr. Malik or Director Mihal?
And Mayall or Lonnie, I think they were getting that information.
Commissioner, there also, Director Mihal is also in the waiting room, and so we just have to let him in.
He's popping up now.
Okay, got it.
Mr. Mihal, can you hear us?
You're muted.
I can't tell if you're talking or not. You got a mask on.
You're muted.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just want to say I have Deputy Director Lonnie Wemberly in my office as well.
Okay. Well, I brought this agenda item forth because it was early last year that we were notified that the methane production at the landfill had all but ceased due to lots of issues with that cell and the gas production there. At that time, I think we were losing anywhere between $30,000 to $40,000 a month in revenue that facility should have been generating. So it's been a long time since we've received any sort of update on progress. So I'm hoping that you can provide that as well as when we'll be back up and running.
Certainly. The landfill gas plant first started experiencing serious problems with water in early 2019. From January and February of that year, we had more or less normal volumes. Then it started to go down precipitously. And that was due basically to the water saturation into the gas lines that we had. And that kind of led to the leachate, to the water and leachate problems that really came to a head about a year ago. We had a landfill gas expansion project, which we undertook in the late spring and summer of 2020 that put gas extraction wells on top of, for the most part, phase 3, the phase 3 mound here at the landfill. That helped us a great deal. Around the same time, we had some management changes within the landfill operations division, and we started to do a thorough overall assessment of the landfill gas plant, which is located kind of in the back of our closed phase 2A or B, phase 2A operation. And there were several things that have popped up at that time that we have been dealing with. And they've both been hardware and software problems, including the gas analyzer, the landfill compressor, the blower dryer. We, in the last 5 to 6 months, have been actively addressing those. We brought it to a point now where we're kind of at the final stages of the hardware replacement and maintenance portion of that, where we've just installed a couple of new blower dryers that started last Friday and are concluding this week. We've also been addressing the software problems that we've been encountering at the landfill gas plant. We're at a stage now where we want one of our consultants to come on board and do a thorough evaluation and some training on exactly how to deal with that. And we've discussed internally, and we believe we can get. I should mention, we were at a point where we were considering selling gas back to the mine in December, but we still weren't physically ready to do that through both the landfill gas plant and some of our hardware issues. So we're looking at 90 days from now that we believe we can start selling gas again.
Have we been in contact with the entity that used to buy this methane from us to let them know the status?
Yes, we have.
And they're fully aware of the timeline?
Right. Yes. Yeah, they're aware of the timeline. We have been in touch with them.
Okay.
They're aware that we are working the issue. We didn't give them a timeline. The first timeline we gave them was in December. And since then, we were informing them of the issues that we have. So we have not set another one, but we can set this timeline now for within 90 days, we should be doing the gas.
Yeah, we're prepared to do that.
All righty. Well, thank you for the update, and please keep that line of communication open with the Kaolin plant. It's very important that we're able to supply them with the needed gas that they need to operate that plant. And we'd much prefer to sell it to them than natural gas providers around here to.
Very good.
All right. Guess we can receive this as information. Commissioner Johnson, did you have a question? Okay.
He's muted,
All right.
sir.
I think
Mr.
you
Johnson?
waved.
Okay. No, he
Sorry,
didn't.
yeah, I pulled back my question.
Okay.
All righty. Thanks, sir. And with no objections, we'll receive this as information.
Okay. Item number 7 is to approve the minutes of the Engineering Services Committee held on March 10th, 2020.
I'll entertain a motion on that.
Motion to approve. Second.
Okay, there's Mr. Sun and Mr. Johnson.
Yes,
Either order, yep.
Y'all act
Okay.
like y'all practice that.
Mr. Garrett,
That's 2 weeks in a row.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. McKnight.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries unanimously. Item number 8 is a motion to continue funding of the current on-call construction material inspection and testing, construction monitoring and quality assurance, quality control and geotechnical inspections and investigation in the amount of $1 million.
Motion to approve.
Second.
And I think that Mr. Mihal can exit. I don't think he's gonna be needed any farther.
Is that Dr. Malik? Yeah, that's his item.
Yeah, we may have more questions for Dr. Malik.
No, that's his item, yeah.
Any further questions on this? I know there was a motion and a second. Voting.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. McKnight.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries unanimously. Item number 9 is to approve contingent funding of the current on-call professional services for engineering and field design, small to medium scale maintenance, task design, regulatory periodic inspection, compliance and structural inspection and investigation services, CEI, contract in the amount of $500,000.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Voting.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. McKnight.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries unanimously.
All
Item
right,
number
and then,
10.
yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Item number 10 is to approve entering into an MOU with Finney Center for Water Science to assist Augusta Engineering with implementing Section 319H grant support activities that are designed for stream water quality restoration in local water bodies. Also
Malik, would
authorize
you-
the mayor to sign the MOU.
Dr. Malik, would you like to speak towards this and kind of get us up to date a little bit on what this will all entail?
Yes, sir. This is one of our few grants. We always try to get some federal funds through the EPD. It serves several purposes. One is really it creates a link between us and the regulatory agencies and develop some sort of working relation with them so we get to know each other. So that's the really benefit. But this one is about the BMPs. Was 3 of our creeks, Rocky, Spirit, and Rays, they are listed not meeting their regulatory or their standards regarding some biological things. So we are trying to restore some section of the creeks to reestablish habitat. And that's what this grant is about. And we succeeded to get this money from them. Is it 60-40 cost share, 60% federal fund and 40 is local. Out of that, actually, majority of the funds coming out from in-kind service, which, Dr. Flight, Oscar Flight, his time, my time, some stop time, some maintenance. And the Finzi is one of the nonprofit partner in these grants. So that's what it is about, to approve them to do the work, which we call in contracted work in the grants. So
No, I appreciate it. And yeah, I think that pretty much sums it up. I'm just glad to see Finney as a partner. They do great work out there. And I think that as we work together to clean up our streams and get some of these processes in place, it's going to be a great partnership. So I will entertain a final motion here.
Second. Motion to approve.
So move.
Okay. And Ms. McKnight, you're seconding that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan? He's out. Mr. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. McKnight.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that motion carries with Mr. Hassan out.
I believe that wraps up our engineering committee. I appreciate
sir.
everybody's efforts here, and on to the next one.
On to the next one.
Finance Committee. Mr. Syed Sin. Mr.
I believe he's
Co-Chair.
left.
Okay.
I'd like to call Finance Committee to
Oh,
order. If my colleagues would agree, I'd like to consent item number 2.
I'm sorry, sir, you were breaking up.
I was saying, if my colleagues would agree, I would like to consent item number 2,
Okay.
and then we
That
could
would be,
start. I'm sorry,
okay, I was just gonna say that will be considered without objection. Okay,
without objection. Thank you.
okay.
Item number 1, please.
Item number 1 is a request to approve Augusta Commercial Property Insurance coverage for 2021 offered through affiliate FM current carrier for a premium of $584,984 for full blanket coverage and limited flood coverage on flood-prone areas.
Okay. Do any of my colleagues have any questions regarding this item?
No, so move.
Is there a
Okay.
second?
Second.
It's been moved in second. All in
Okay.
favor? We'll vote.
Voting. Okay. Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes.
Ms. McKnight,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Scott.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries with Mr. Sias out.
Okay. Item number 3.
Item number 3 is to approve excess workers' compensation insurance with statutory limits and a $1 million self-insured retention, otherwise known as the deductible, to cover all positions for a premium of $349,048 national safety encumbered.
Are there any questions? We'll entertain a motion.
So move.
Second.
It's been moved in second. All in favor, please vote.
Mr.
Okay.
Williams,
Yes.
Ms. Scott,
Yes.
Ms. McKnight.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that motion carries with Mr. Sias out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That concludes Finance Committee.
Thank you. That's it. That's a wrap.
That was
This is
quick.
the earliest of the years.
Wait a
Yeah,
minute,
have a
what?
good
That was
afternoon.
good.
Enjoy your afternoon.
Is this a new world
Right.
record for Augusta committee meetings?
I'm serious.
Isn't that nice? It's not even 3:15 and we're out of here.
Enjoy your afternoon.
The commission meeting should be an hour then, right?
Commissioner Hassan, we're working on that.
Oh, okay.
Y'all better be
got
careful.
3
Somebody gonna ask for a refund.
Good. Thank you.
Thank y'all.